Sure. Hello, welcome in, welcome back. That's right, it's me, JP, aka Chaos, aka Just Plain, aka that guy on the screen talking to you right now. We are starting day 9, part 9, episode 9, whatever the increment is. We're on the 9th one, 9th hole, and we're in deep. We're in level 86 for the Endwalker MSQ. For those of you chiming in live, hello, welcome live crew. Always a pleasure to see you. Let's get you a little. But if you're coming in on YouTube, as everybody knows, I do put this on YouTube. I cut it up, cut out some of the fat, slap that son of a bitch onto YouTube so the world can see it, and it's gone pretty well. I mean, I'm not getting hundreds of views, but to find out that there's 20 people on YouTube, 30 people on YouTube are interested in watching my journey through Endwalker, I appreciate it. So wherever you're watching this, I appreciate you, and I hope to see you everywhere. Everywhere, anywhere, or nowhere. Anyway, let's get into the game. Switch to game mode. Alright. Oh, I love it so much. Coca-Cola with coffee. It's so good. It's so good. Alright, so we're gonna jump into the game extra fast today. Extra fast. Of course, we gotta talk about the live letter. The live letter that happened last night. It was crazy. To put it lightly, it was crazy. All right, I'm still kind of in awe about it. Okay. Oh, did I hit the mute button or the pause button? I think we're good. Okay. So the live letter, for those of you trust for old dungeons, yeah, what's surprising about this? Oh yeah, by the way, for anybody tuning in who can't remember what happened last time, or just isn't familiar, if you say your first time coming in, Emmett South, Hodolus, and Hermes are about to go do some shit. They are the future Asians. Well, Hermes, it's Hermes ammo? That's another question. But basically, yeah, we're in the past right now. We're in the past. Doing stuff in the past. Yeah, the big thing that I saw, Cassius, is that we're getting the, as they call it, the first graphical upgrade. And in addition to that, they are making the game more solo friendly. Now, some people might be a little concerned about that, but I think it's going to be good for the overall health of the game. I love that mask, by the way. That's like the level 1 mask, right? I think it's going to be good. Yeah, the DPS will love it. In fact, the best part about it is that, like, maybe now DPS will be needed in the other queues. It's not just going to be tank or the occasional healer needed in the queues. I think now that there's going to be another option for. Ah, this place is amazing, by the way. Just look at this zone. This is so cool. The fact that DPS will have the option to run content themselves, I think is going to really open up the
Why are you running? Why are you running?
I feel like it's been choosing that sound a lot, Brett. Oh, it's nighttime. I'm like, why is it so dark in here? Welcome in, Britt. Always fear. I am here. Oh, I get it. Clever. Clever girl. Welcome in, Britt. Welcome in. Our modest mod, Britt. Oh. So arcane entities have no souls. So we're talking about the live letter, Brett. Final Fantasy XIV is getting a huge graphical overhaul. They're making the game solo friendly. It's a system called the Trust System, and I don't know if WoW has a similar system where you can run your basic content like dungeons and trials, or I'm pretty sure I think they said it's only going to be up to 4-man content, so nothing 8-man or 24-man. So our basic dungeon, I believe, is 4-man. I don't know what the basic dungeon is for WoW. I think it's 5? Do you get 5 people in a basic dungeon for WoW? I don't know. It's been so long since I played WoW. But so they're making it so that anybody can like start up the game. It's not going to be in full swing until a little bit later, but I think the way I don't know how far out spread it's going to be. Talking about elements? The lightning Pneuma. Pneuma? I guess the P would be silent. So, I wonder if they're trying to tell... Hold on real quick, because I'm reading this. Hermes is pretty much saying that these lightning elementals, as we would call them in the present day, are magical devices that are manipulating the balance of elements. First blood. And, interesting. I'm wondering if the elementals of the future are also magical devices. Huh. I'm feeding the Numa. Tossing my little lightning grenades. That's kind of neat. Anyway. So yeah, they're making it so that you can run content now with like a bot. So pretty much they're providing you with NPCs that will run dungeons with you, which I think is really neat. Well, the interesting thing, Cassius, is that, like, this whole facility here, Hermes' job is to create life forms and then send them to the convocation where, I guess, Hydonalis approves them or disapproves them. And then they get put out into the world. So, are all of the life forms in some way a creation of the Asians? Because, like I said, they're pretty much gods, you know? Or at least they have godlike powers, we should say. Yeah, I mean, it makes me wonder. Probably wouldn't be that interesting, to be honest. But it makes me wonder what the Asians were like before they discovered, you know, this ability. Or did they always have this ability and it took them time to, like, figure out what to do with it? Because at least the way that Emmett Salk talks and pretty much all the other Asians that we encounter, they speak as if their known existence has always been this way. But it's like, who created them? Do they call themselves Asians as a people?
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects.
The funny thing right now, Kat, if anybody saw the live letter,
how are we coming along?
I'm like paying closer attention to the grass because they like spent a lot of time talking about the grass. Like, okay.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
Entelekis? Or is that a fancy word for empath?
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms.
Describe the novel Utopia? I think I've heard that before,
Unique
Cassius.
for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy.
I know. They were kind of... they were touching base, elephant people were talking about
the
this.
prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Yeah,
Akasha?
see? Flashback.
It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Yo, 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 how it do, how it do? What is up, Maggie? How you doing?
What the dog doing?
Akasha.
What
Though
up,
I'm
what
not
up?
familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it.
What
And
you having
those
for dinner?
entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Antelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Entelechi.
That
So-
you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
I made some good dinner tonight.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far
Steaks
weaker than
were.
ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Meteon. I'm gonna tell you in a minute, Maggie, what I made after this cutscene. Because you know this game's nothing but a movie.
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant
what?
form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river...
Yeah, like dark matter? You mean, Cassius?
Not that I have such grand ambitions.
Not antimatter, but like dark matter?
Nay. I merely
That's
wish
got to be
to
the
create
best
a
part
being
I've
that
ever seen.
What up,
clears
best
the great
friend?
expanse.
Hey, best friend, there
So
goes
it
best
would
friend.
seem.
Welcome in, welcome in.
The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
It's like dark matter.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an Entelechi. Like me.
It
So,
goes. We doubled up
Oh,
this week
we're
on
the
Final
same.
Fantasy.
Entelechies.
We going hard. I'm gonna jab at Emmett South.
Well,
I almost said
Mayhap
option
I
2.
should revert you to the pathetic, faded thing you were.
A deficit of ether alone does not an Entelechi make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it.
Oh, snap. Hold on, though. Hold on, though. Oh, my God. So...
Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Verify. Like, favorite, and subscribe. Verify. It goes well, Pink Soul. We're playing some Final Fantasy XIV tonight. We are in level 86. The batch of the 86 quests goes up to 90. I don't think I'm going to beat it tonight and Thursday, but come next Saturday, we're playing some Elden Ring, and it's going to be epic. So basically what they're saying is that there's another form of energy out in the universe called dynamis. And dynamis is sort of like this dark matter. You know, it's like kind of invisible, but not invisible. Like we're basically aether-based beings. Everything and anything we do is pretty much aether. But there's this other source of energy called dynamis. And according to that guy's calculations, it's almost 70% of the universe is made up of this stuff. So, but one thing of note that he said that kind of caught me, kind of triggered my, like, what did he just say? And he said that dynamis can make tangible form of emotions. So that's not good. Yes, see, Cassius, that's what I was just saying. That these entelekis can take emotions and make observable effects. And the second he said that, I was like, excuse me? Because that's what's happening, and that's what's tearing the world apart, apparently. So that's not good. Elden Wing, Gundam Wing. Full Metal Alchemist. Yeah, that's interesting. It's interesting, and I said Bird Lady. I suspect Bird Lady is not a good lady. She turns negative emotions into things, and that looks like Pinxel gets it. Pinxel gets it. Well, yeah, welcome in, Pinxel. How the heck are you? And Maggie, I made a pasta. I made a creamy garlic pasta with bacon, chicken, spinach, and peppers. So shells with the garlic sauce, with the chicken, and the spinach, and all that, and some bacon. And what I did is I cooked the bacon in the pot. All right, so I put the bacon in there first, let that render, pull the bacon out, chop it up. While I was chopping up all that, I put the stuff in the pot to boil to make the pasta, okay? It was pretty good. I think I could have done without the peppers. I used pepperoncinis. I was like, I want some peppers in this. And I used pepperoncinis, and they were good, but, you know, they're like pickled pepperoncinis, so they kind of had a weird... The acidity of them kind of bounced off of the creaminess, so I was like, maybe next time if I ever make this again, I won't use the peppers, the pickled peppers. Why did I join the convocation, and what do you specialize in? I'm gonna ask him what he specializes in. Not another word. Emmett. You know, Cassius, you kind of described it right. They do kind of just act like good old college buddies. Like, let me tell you about Emmett Selk, and this one time he did a keg stand. He was so awesome at drinking beer, they were like, we got to invite him to the convocation party. But for those of you joining in, we have traveled back in time, and we're talking to pretty much godlike beings of our world at the, quote, beginning of known time. Our known time, that is. We don't know what civilization came before them, but they're like the first notable civilization, and they literally have the power to create things out of aether. And Minecraft challenge. Sly the Firefly coming in hot with the Minecraft challenge. Giving out 6,000 points. Yes, we are trying to learn more about the Force. We've gone back in time in hopes to talk to these godlike scientist expert folk. Oh my god, the Minecraft challenge is going hard. I gotta check to see when the challenge is done. I think I set it to the end of this month. I might extend them. Because, you know, it be long. Ooh, Pinksel coming in with the Sims. Oh, the war continues. 14 days left. All right. Let's see where they're at. Ooh, Minecraft is already almost halfway there. The betrayal. I mean, we all know Pinxel's about that Sims life. You have to constantly save for drink things and know things. I suppose I could hook you up if you really wanted to. If you really want to do a drinking and know things, maybe I'll give you a freebie. But at the same time, we gotta wait till the end of Soberary, my sober run of February. It'd be funny if there was more like D&D type monsters in this world. For those of you who play D&D, imagine these guys have created, like, we've fought these beasts. Like, we see these things flying around the world, all right? This one, you fight on top of Bismarck, all right? So, like, it's funny if they, like, walked over and they're like, oh, and this is where we designed the gelatinous cube. Oh, I have the red one. I have a red one for the... Right? It's red. I think it's red in the Vanu Vanu Pride. So, it would just be funny if, like... Because we're in the past right now, and these guys are creating all the creatures that are going to be out in the world, that are flying around. And, like, it would be hilarious if they're like, and this is where we keep our gelatinous cubes. And we were like, if you could please just erase those from existence... There's no reason to have those around. Just get rid of those, and you could just eliminate all gelatinous cubes in the D&D world. Like, that would be hilarious. These people literally have the power of gods, and he just said, like, yeah, with ether, we ourselves could transform into whatever we want. And, but that's uncouth. It's uncouth to just be transformed in front of people. It's like running around naked. Huh. I don't understand why this scene isn't voice acted. I feel like this would be a good voice acted scene. Emmett Selk just taking the glowy dragon guy for a walk. We have Emmett Selk train the Chartreuse. So hey, well, here's the thing, Cassius. Why don't we, we should we know what Emmett Selk's real name is. And Sly, before I forget, let me finish this conversation. I have something to show you, Sly. It is going to tickle your pickle. Oh yeah, Cassius. They're breaking up Praetorium into sections. Ultima is going to be Ultima's going to be a trial. La Habrea is going to be a side quest. Cape Westwind's going to be a solo instance. Yep. And it's all going 4-man. So I have to type in, I have a favor to ask. This is the mount. This is the mount. I have a red one at least. I don't know if there's other colors. It's so slow though. Ah, there we go. Well, I don't know all of the details for the Violet Falcon love story, but I know that there was this connection either he was just telling everyone. I don't remember how I found out about it, but character-wise, I just thought it in character. Sam was just he read the note. He put it back in his pocket, and then he realized, he was like, oh shit. Oh yeah, I gotta say the words. I gotta say the words. And then he was just like, oh shit, I should keep this. And, alright, so I have a favor to ask. Say it. I gotta keep my keyboard in hand. I don't mind these quests, except they used to be very particular with these type out questions and stuff. I don't think they're as particular now, but you got to use the same pronunciation,
No.
Oh,
no.
see, now
you
they're
are
voice
not
acting.
foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Vulcan was just telling everybody everything,
Nothing so
wasn't he?
devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emmett Sulk. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
Meh, 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 meh. And let it be the last. So formal. I also have another note. It's in my wallet. But I also have like a note
I will aid it once it is
from
taken to the air. It
Mirada.
falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Is Hades a bad guy? Oh, did I mention that Emmett Salt's actual name is Hades?
Well,
So Emmett
let's
Salt's name
relax
is
and enjoy the
actually
spectacle,
Hades.
shall we?
And technically all of these people are bad guys in the future. That's also true. So they're bad guys to us, but
You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation.
ooh,
Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer.
kick them so
For
hard.
though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett
no,
Selk
High
has no
Dentalus
such
is
shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation
he's
both,
he's a good guy.
the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault.
Modest. Emmett Salt modest.
He
To
deserved
think,
every bit of acclaim he
to
received.
think somebody would consider
Yet he may
Emmett
well have
Salt
gone
modest.
unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to follow. His antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern.
Right? Of course, he was the
When
emperor,
our friend calls,
the original
he never
emperor who
fails to
started
answer
the
and lend his
Garland
talents.
Empire.
And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective
Imagine having a friend like
purposes,
this. Imagine.
so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done.
So, I guess I may have missed it, but she created this Charteris using...
Ah, yes.
I guess...
I dare say the Charybdis will be fine
Oh,
here on.
Charybdis? My bad. The Charybdis out of... I guess she would have used...
Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that
Dynamis,
his arduous task
right?
is at an end.
So Hydenolus is not a member of the Convocation, but was chosen to be a member of the Convocation. Emmett is a part, so Hydenolus, that is their name. Hermes is being chosen, or at least screened, to be the Fandaniel, but how do I wave? Do I just... I guess I just wave from here? Okay, because it seemed like Medion is referring to it as her creation. So that's why I got a little confused there, because I'm like, why does she keep referring to it as... Yeah, Hades took the job by recommendation of Hydenolus. It's kind of a confusing way of doing things. Oh, Ponscum coming in with the Minecraft challenge. People love that Minecraft, man. And apparently Emmett Selk is a badass mage. That's true. That's true. So that Charteris has Aether in balance. Interesting. That's probably why it's glowing. Because I know they were saying it's leaning towards aquatic. So... okay. Alright, that's probably why it's glowing blue like that. It's all making sense to me, y'all. Yeah, he does. So, I think I started talking about this or theorizing about this before, but from what I understand, the Fandaniel that we were... what's the word I'm looking for? The Fandaniel from our future, the one that we dealt with, is not Hermes. Because I know that Fandaniel was said to be Amon. And they kind of took Amon and promoted him. They unsundered him and gave him the title of Fandaniel. Yes. So it gets a little confusing. It gets a little confusing because basically, Sly, I think I've mentioned this before, and I'm gladly to mention it again. Emmett Selk is a name of a position, all right? But they named the positions after the members of the first convocation. So MSQ is not only a person, but a position. And the same goes for Fandaniel. So MSQ, Fandaniel, and La Habreha, and Elidibus, like to name a few. There's 13? 14? 14? 13? 14? Anyway, it gets a little confusing. So the idea is that when you join the convocation, it becomes your life. And then your name changes. Not necessarily changes, but you then take up the mantle of that name, of that person, of that position. Cassie says, Amon inherited the memories of Fandaniel, and Hermes held the title of Fandaniel. How much of Hermes lived on in Amon? I guess we're going to find out. Yeah, because Hermes, obviously, very kind, loving, attentive, cares a lot about the creations. Amon, when you go back and see him and his memories, he's the guy that put a bunch of dog heads on a woman while she turned people into minotaurs as like he did all these crazy experiments as jokes. People were just like, oh my god, Amon, you're so funny. Can't believe you put all those tits on that woman with the dog heads. Oh my god, haha. Ha ha ha. Like, this guy's like a crazy mad scientist. But, you know, probably one of the greatest scientific minds of the Allegan Empire, which arguably would be the second most advanced civilization in our known history, second to just this one, filled with gods, by the way. So it does make me wonder, you know, perhaps getting all of the memories and powers of Fandaniel in the position of Fandaniel. Maybe it broke his mind. Because imagine being a scientific guy and then... Let's see. Imagine being like a guy solely trenched in science and then like you inherit the memories of godly creature, people, civilizations that just like will things into existence. Matter manipulation is no joke, y'all. And that's pretty much what aether manipulation is. It's cray cray shenane. Ooh. So one of the creatures that Hermes has created has pretty much went and attacked some other creatures for pretty much no reason. And they're gonna euthanize it. They're gonna be like, well, we'll just deconstruct that creature and start over and make something else. Old Yeller, indeed. Indeed, indeed. Okay, we can be Mount Twins. I'm excited. So Cassius, the live letter came out. I'm really excited for the dynamic dungeons. I think they're called like Quintus dungeons. You go in solo or with a group up to 4 people. It's like Deep Dungeon, but not a Deep Dungeon. That sounds very interesting. I'm really interested in that. I'm glad, like, part of me, like, this is an MMO, but I'm glad that the devs have come to realize that they didn't quite build an MMO. They built a multiplayer role-playing game. And I'm glad that they're leaning into that, because they're making it so that, like, they're just kind of increasing the content that people can do solo or with any level, any size group of friends. Because, like, I've been in groups of 3, and you always get that one random dude, and you're just like, hey, random dude, we're chatting in our private chat, so we're not going to talk to you, I guess. You know, like, I like it. I like it. I like the idea of it. I like the idea of making the game more solo-friendly. Yes, I'm excited for that. That's something that I would be happy to play and stream and just challenge myself. I love Deep Dungeon, but my schedule doesn't love Deep Dungeon. Even with like just streaming it. As you guys recall, that was my original content when I was playing Final Fantasy XIV on stream. I would just try to climb Deep Dungeon. But the amount of RNG, like, it's skill-based. You can do it. You can overcome RNG with skill. But there's only so much RNG your skill can account for. And basically, like, sometimes I'd get myself killed. And I'm like, damn, that sucks. But it takes, like, almost 15 hours to solo Palace of the Dead. Total. 200 floors. 20 sets of 10. 30 to, we'll say an average of 45 minutes per set of 10 floors. Like, that's a long-ass time. That's just so much. Exactly, Kat. And that's what, honestly, that really burned my, like, that burned me out on, is that a monster? Like a weird tree thing. That's weird. That's like some weird shit. Yes, exactly, Cass. It's like, you're like, okay, I got to 150, that's pretty good, but nostalgia with all the Palace of the Dead talk. Like the good old stream days when I was trying to climb Palace of the Dead and kept dying. I got pretty far though. I got pretty far solo. I want to do it again. I want to do it again, and I think in the future I'm gonna plan a series of streams.
Oh, that one's sweat dripping off the ceilings.
Oh, sit-ups. Okay, thanks. Thanks, I appreciate you. I even did a run. I went running today. Well, I went down the elliptical today. Okay. They are... I know I said this before, but they really are... just feel like they're kind of overusing these... Oh my god, this mount right here. This guy right here. This guy goes on the market board for like $9 million. This guy pretty much buys you a house. Getting that guy in Palace of the Dead buys you a small house. But we actually, Katie and I still play Final Fantasy, and the other night we were doing Heaven on High, which is the shorter version of Palace of the Dead. Yeah, when I first started, he was like, something's happening. He's so indifferent about everything nowadays. He's just like, oh, you're doing that thing where you sit in that chair for hours on end? Okay. I love this beverage that I made. Oh, so tasty. This cool samurai guy. Kind of looks like Hien. I know Bailey's so indifferent now to most things. He's so old, and I think I closed down his channel point redemptions because he's like 11. He'll be like 12 years old this year. And there was just a couple times that I went and got him that I just felt bad. Like he was like off in his bed, laying there, having a good old time, just like minding his business. And then somebody would be like, I want to see Bailey. So they spent the points and I go, okay, Bailey, let's go. And he's just like, but I'm comfortable, Papa. Oh, these guys got a machine that erases the minds of stuff. Dinner is done. You had the steak. What kind of steak did you have, if you don't mind me asking? Well, medium rare sounds good. So, why do I feel... Alright, here's my thought. Alright? One, we can't trust Heidelin. Heidelin's like... That's what I'm wondering if it'll be relevant. Because they're taking a lot of time to talk about it. And, I know Cassius mentioned this before. What's that, whose sword is it? Who's the sword? The sword where if you see a sword in the first act, it's used by the third act? Chekhov's gun. My bad. You use the sword as an example. So, I feel like they're talking about this. Here's my theory. Heidelin bad. We will fight Heidelin because Heidelin is bad. And we will also fight weird girl, bird girl person, this person right here. Because she's bad too, probably. I trust no one. And the only way that we're going to get rid of Heidelin or this or whatever the weird thing that's making all of everybody's emotions go rampant is we're going to find this device in our time and use it to erase the memories of whatever it's doing. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. And now I'm level 88. Plentiful harvest. What do I gotta do? All enemies in a straight line with the potency. Ooh, that's pretty nice. Oh, this is yes. Or Cassius, now that you brought that up, the forum might already have that device, and they use that device to create the spell that made it so people can talk about Bruno. Wait, I have all the spells? I have all the skills now. I know there's a level 90 skill that I probably... Oh, it's right there. Okay. Plentiful harvest. Yes, I do know, Cassius, we got the lesson on memory magic before. And this is a device used to manipulate and destroy, I guess would be the proper word, memories of a creature and or person. Oh, Hermes, you're in my debt? Well, what if I convince you to change the future? See, that is interesting. Can it restore memories? I guess it would determine... I guess it would be based off of if memories are... Like, our brain's infinite storage. Is the bio makeup of a brain create a perfect hard drive of biology? So that's the question. Because there are people who used to theorize that as you learned some things, you would forget other things because the brain only had so much capacity to store. We're gonna go search for flowers. So old man said when you die, the life stream restores memories. Okay, let's go find the flowers. Once you mix magic in, it's all out the window. Spoken like a Tremere. The power of the author, though, that's true. Well, I'm just wondering, like, it makes me think. It makes me think, because, Sly, I don't know. People who've known me for a while, I don't know if the people who've known me for a while know or recall. I mean, it's not, I guess it's not a big detail, but I went to college. I went to college. Your mom went to college. I went to college for psychology with a background in communications. But I always found psychology very interesting. But yeah, my minor was in communications, but who cares about that? But, so, yeah, like Maggie said, the things that they process in the long term, like, they're, quote, lost because we don't use it, but it makes you wonder if, because there is regression therapy and there is memory diving through hypnosis, things like that, but how accurate are those memories? How familiar and accurate is hypnosis? Is it all just suggestion? tainted by the, you know, observers. You know, like, it's just like... Of course, like you said, the author can make it do whatever you want. You can make memories come back, make memories go away. But it just makes me think in the real world, like, how would a device used to erase memories could also be used to perhaps create and or restore memories? I watched this show called The Blacklist, and there's a guy who's like, whole thing is like changing memories through chemical imbalances and suggestion, and yeah. Of course, that's in a TV show, obviously. That's not like a real thing. But then you get like stuff like truth serum, you know? All that stuff. Like that's pretty real. That's pretty real stuff. Not quite, doesn't quite work the way they talk about it in movies, but that's a thing. But yeah, who knows? Sly, who knows? Maybe later on in the future of the game, there will be a moment where we're going to use it to restore memories. Hell, in one of the raids in Shadowbringer, Gaia, who is an important member, NPC. I might have to... Okay, I don't have to fight this person. This whole time, you're fighting one of these Asians that isn't one of these Asians. We haven't seen them yet. But they're, like, literally in the smashing crystals that are the memories of this person. And we're trying to stop them from erasing memories from them. And that's pretty interesting. Pretty neat. Needless to say, one of the coolest things about this story that I've liked, so... Let's see, hold on. Is they are doing a really deep delve into the various lore and or... Is lore the right word? The metaphysics. They're like diving into like the metaphysics of this world. And I always find metaphysics and lore and all that stuff pretty interesting. Okay. Lush fields. Man, to think, by 6.1, all this grass will look way better. I'm gonna get that ether. I'm gonna get that ether current. Sorry, I'm talking nonsense these days. Nonsense! I want to check my ether currents. I'm pretty sure I got... Oh, no, I guess I've only gotten 2. I'm the closest to flying on the moon. Oh, damn, there's a whole other place I haven't gone to yet? I shouldn't have looked there. I shouldn't have looked there. This is better than not, you know, just watching cutscenes. At least I'm walking around. We feel his pain and turn dark. Man, I hope Hermes doesn't die. If Hermes dies, maybe? Hermes dies. Meteon goes crazy. Turns all the negative emotions in the world into this calamity. And, yeah. Pain, sorrow, fury, frustration, doubt, and anxiety. I'm gonna say fury and frustration. very seldom do you see the Warrior of Light show any kind of negative emotion. Hold one part, I believe it's in Stormblood. I think there's a part in Stormblood where Heavensward. He truly has a look of he isn't mine. Truly has this look of fury after defeating the Knights of the Round and stopping Elf Pope from taking over the world. Like, he was just like, you could tell he was like, rightfully so, because this guy was just an asshole. But even everyone else, what are you? But that's really the only time you ever see your character express like a truly negative emotion. Exactly, Cass he's just like, what are you? Like he can see the darkness coming out of you. That's exactly the line I'm talking about. Elf Pope guy is just laying on the ground just like, like, that's literally the only time ever. But how's the game going, Maggie? It's going great. It's going great. We doubled up this week. We'll be playing again on Thursday. And then Saturday, Elden Ring, baby. Actually, I might also do a bonus stream. Guess what? I decided to take a day off. I'm taking next Friday off.
Hermes!
I'll announce after this.
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Show me.
Elpis flowers?
Go on.
Make him look purple.
Ah,
That actually looks kind of
You're
neat.
not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you.
Meteon needs to get some Meteon on her bones. I was about to say, is he about to take his mask off?
May we talk a moment?
Are we about to become... Is there about to be a weird time loop? Porcupine? Oh, I was about to say, do I pick up the porcupine? That'd be kind of hilarious.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place.
Wolfie, 7828. 782828,
Yet,
huh?
in carrying
Welcome
out my
in.
duties here, there are
Welcome
times
in.
when I am
Good to see
plagued
ya.
by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is,
Always.
but only for man.
All right. We're stepping on
that
a...
he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought.
Hey, I appreciate you being
Some
here,
scarcely
Wolf.
born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain.
Wait, there's Pokemon in this game? Is that a
Sense
Meowth?
its weight. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Nor to miss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I'm filled with dread.
He seems like an outlier.
But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Alpes, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence.
I wish it would show me, though.
I thank you.
It should have showed me. Because they gave very specific words,
that you too have
emotions to
experienced
choose
suffering
from.
Is a comfort.
I bet by, like, I'd have to think about it. I'd have to think about the ones that they gave. Me, the brooding main character of a RPG, telling somebody else not to brood.
Indeed. Difficult though it may be, I must endeavor to be strong like you.
Yes, Wolfie, I checked out your
The
page.
stars in the heavens.
Oh, this is still going on.
Know what they are.
I'll wait. Sorry. My bad.
It was at this moment
Though it
that
is
he
too
knew
far to tell,
he fucked
each
up.
glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters.
Sisters? Wait a minute.
Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them. And they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long.
The guy done fucked up.
And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness.
He's not supposed to send things out without them being approved.
It's getting rather late.
Not that I'm a
We had
bureaucrat.
best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow.
On tomorrow.
Come, Meteon. Let us head back.
All right.
So he's made a bunch of other these dynamis-based creatures who run off the metaphysical energy. Oh, Maggie, always coming in with the clips. Hold on. Let's go. Let's go. 87. 87. 86. Damn, there's a lot of quests in 86. That's what I'm saying, Cassie. She's like, oh yeah, Medion and her sisters, man. They're designed to travel the universe and just unchecked, and they can feel the emotions and run off this pretty much limitless energy source out there that's filling it all. It's like, yeah, what could go wrong? Now they're talking about the creatures I got to unmake. It was interesting how he was talking about it, though, because basically, you know, he's talking about, like, on this star, you know, like, I wonder if on the other stars, their worlds are like ours, or if they're just other creatures living their lives the way they live their lives. Unlike here, where we play God on a regular basis. Yeah, resolved. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, well, yeah, pretty much. Omega came from outer space. Midgar, Somar, all the dragons, right? Because Midgar, he did he come with dragons, or did he come and then birth dragons? Hatched dragons? He had, like, a wife, right? What's her name? Isn't what's her name? God, I cannot. Clutch of 7 eggs. I thought he had, why can't I remember? Tiamat? Isn't Tiamat, like, didn't she come with him? Or was she just one of the original brood? Okay, so Tiamat's just one of the 7 eggs. Gotcha. Gotcha. There's so much lore in this game. They're gonna kill the doggos. I have these doggos. I have one of these. Well, maybe not these ones. Oh, yeah, no, it totally is one of these. But he's a tiny boy. Itty bitty little boy compared to these big boys. I hate how small this mount is, by the way. Like, this mount should be larger. Maybe not this big, but it should be at least twice the size that it is. Gotcha. Yeah, I knew that Bahamut, Nidhogg, Horsvedger, and I guess I could have assumed that Vitra was one of them. Just gonna reverse the creatures. Just gonna snuff these creatures out of existence and use their energy to make something else, I guess. Fenrir! I, too, spent the money and got the Fenrir mount. Heh, he's got a butt. I love dragons. I think dragons are dope. But it is kind of weird that dragons, at least in Final Fantasy XIV, are just aliens from another world. Wait, what the hell is that? Shakma. A notorious monster. He's a biggin. Oh. I'm dumb. I completely I was too busy looking at Fenrir ass. I was too busy looking at this booty. I ran past my my thing. Are you supposed to be up there, my guy? That moment when you're too busy looking at your mount's butthole to realize you've passed your mission. This is an odd plan. So he's going to run out, distract him. Then you're going to step out, and then he is going to turn to attack me. So then I'm distracting him so that Hermes can attack. Oh, so I'm running out first. Okay, I misunderstood what he. Oh, there's more. Hello, hello, McFly. Hermes gonna go home after work today and be like, oh, see his wife or husband, whatever way he goes, his partner. They're like, oh, honey, what did you do today? Oh, well, you know, just fought some dogs that spit fireballs. You know, the huge. The huge.
Now.
Let's see some... Ooh! Okay. Why didn't he just do that from the beginning? It seemed pretty easy how Hermes just walked out there and was just like, boom, done.
Forgive me. Please.
But, alright then.
Forgive me. May you and your kin find peace.
Yeah, he made that look a little too easy. A little
Wherever your
too
souls may drift in the
easy.
underworld. May you find tranquil seas.
I mean, technically, I didn't even hit the dog. I was just fighting off his fireballs.
Be not forgotten. in
Those
concert
big old
endure.
balls of fire.
I've got
To
balls of
reclaim
steel.
form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again,
I'm kind of looking forward to the
if
texture
that be your
upgrades.
desire.
Because sometimes the close-up on the monsters and the people do not look good.
Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high. Fly free.
So, this society, like, kind of reminds me of, like, the Jedi. I feel like he's about to get chastised for feeling too bad about pretty much performing the sending ceremony on this creature. I'd be happy if they
Join
don't.
the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the
All right,
star
now-
has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction?
Now he's starting to sound like Fandaniel of the future.
I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Fandaniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me.
You're too soft,
If you
Hermes.
would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I
Hythlodaeus.
fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
Ooh, bulk consumption coming out alert. Dropping them points.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
The 12 Wonders.
Aye.
Oh, the wonders of it all. So this world obviously must be well before the dragons arrive. The dragons must arrive after the calamity. So, the thing, Cassius, the thing that always, I don't want to use the word bothered. I don't want to use the word bothered, but the thing that always got me is when it always felt like the sundering was like a dimensional sundering, but it's like a physical sundering. Like there's literally 13 stars, I guess, revolving around the source? Am I getting that right? That's like the only thing that confuses me when it comes to the sundering and the calamity and stuff like that. It's like, yes, we're on 87 now, guys. Means there's gonna be a dungeon. But when there is a rift that separates the reflections, like, are all of the... Because whenever they show an example of the stars that are in the other reflections, as you just put it, it's always like, here's the source, and then there's a circle that goes around the source. Actually, you know what? You know what? Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. So basically, let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. So basically, there's always like, there's that. There's us. We're the big guy here. And then they always go boop, 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 boop. Or however many there's supposed to be. Now, does that mean that... Let's see. Where's a good... This one. So does that mean these guys are like going around in a circle as physical manifestations? Or does that mean that... Or is this actually... Here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. Look at that. Whoa. Is it really, for the sake of argument, actually... Oh, this? Are we the sun? And these are going around us like that? And and this is like use a different color. And the rift is surrounding us like this, and you need this special magic. We'll use pink. Special magic to go from here to there, to there, to there. Because we gotta traverse the blue. I don't. Exactly, and that's what I mean. I'm wondering if they just showed it that way, not being in the middle. It was definitely larger. It was definitely larger. But sometimes it just makes me wonder, like, what exact, like, is it a metaphysical sundering? A physical like, I guess it's all of the above? Exactly, and that's what I mean. Like, you always see the conceptual geography, as you've sort of described it there, but Jet Li's the one? Yes, I have. It's been a while, but if I remember correctly, the whole thing was traveling through time. I don't want that now. I want my cool name. Okay, and you know what? That kind of makes it a little more sense, because it's, you know, when you first get introduced to the first. When you first get introduced to the first, I'm a fucking poet. They almost make it seem like it's a parallel dimension. Which I guess is kind of like how the one does it. Exactly. But it makes me, like, for the sake of the diagram, they put all the other stars in a big circle, with ours being the source and being larger. God, they did such a great job with these maps. There's the shock mall again. Yeah, so that's where, sorry. I was reading and then I was contemplating life and everything in between. It's probably like how it is in the one. You're probably right. That's a really good way to explain it. Because they don't really, like, it's not like there's, like, multiple Earths floating around in space, and the one, in this case, Jet Li, is going from planet to planet with some teleportation. He's almost like dimensional hopping. He's planeswalking. That's how to describe it. They're planes, different planes of existence. But, let's see, if there's 13, I wonder if there is some sort of zodiac for that. Because, no. Well, if there's 6 elements, air, earth, water, air, earth, water.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros.
Light, dark.
Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the
Fire,
observation
light, dark.
hub of Poiton
Times
Oikos.
that by 2. Then you have a
Right
positive
then.
and negative.
Let's begin by...
And then you have the source.
Well,
which would be
well.
the 13th.
An Arrayus. How delightful.
Look at that little creature. Come back here, little guy. Oh, hey there.
What, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion.
Everybody loves sharks. What? Whoa, 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 whoa.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
Vina. Is that Gaia's real name? She looks just like Heidelin.
As I mentioned earlier,
Puncher?
the better part of the convocation holds
Come
that
on.
when we retire is when we
Fucking
return
clam
to the
slammer.
star.
I miss street sharks.
Well, she is not among said majority. Even
All right,
after
guys,
stepping
chat.
down, she carries on with her work.
Battletoads or street sharks? Go.
Vanar is her
Battletoads or
name,
street
and
sharks?
she is the previous Azem.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number.
Poor ribcage.
A shame for one so young.
Sly
You
coming
must
in with
make
the
an
dark
effort to
horse.
frown less often.
The true winner. Big bad Beetleborgs? Oh my god.
Easier said than done.
Gargoyles,
Thanks to your
winner, right
unruly
there.
Successor.
Gargoyles is the shit.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
Why do I... she looks just like whoever was claiming to be Heidelin on the boat. So that wasn't Heidelin on the boat?
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Oh, what? Oh, you're right. Ribcage, I gotta punch her in the face now. Welcome
I
in,
do not
Ribcage, by the
believe
way.
we have
I
ever
missed you.
met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
I feel like enthrallment by primals probably... Oh my god. So if it's the blessing of the
You're
light...
not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Confirmed, we've been
Hold on.
tempered.
From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
Yo, Ribcage, you catch that live letter at all?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
Well, they're doing a big graphical upgrade. And I know how much you love FPS and shades and polygons and pixels, so I wanted to be the first to tell you we're getting our first major graphical upgrade, and the
Your
grass
actions here will not change your history.
looks great.
But they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting.
Grapes in 4K.
I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown. And there's naught more unknown than the future.
Deep Dungeon is coming 6.3.
Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge.
Maggie
so you
got the giggle
needn't
bites?
worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest.
And
Will you not reveal
Ribcage.
it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
Time Travel 101, don't fuck your mom.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the... As a representative of the Convocation,
I didn't touch
will
shit.
hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Damn, Emmett. Straight to biz.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation?
Yeah, Emmett.
I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest.
Behest.
If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos. Right? Spike, you're the one that told me
We were
not to
meant
tell
meet.
anybody.
I am certain of it.
What?
Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past.
Yeah, about that.
It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to.
You
I'm
didn't
quite
send me.
inspired, if I do say so myself.
$6,000 points to The Sims. I don't think The Sims is going to catch up. I don't think The Sims is going to catch up to Minecraft. Oh, I thought that was an Aether. Ribcage. So, Not only is Deep Dungeon coming in 6.3, if I recall correctly, I believe 6.3, but they're also releasing, check it out, they're also releasing dungeons with a veritable difficulty level based on how many people you enter with. So you can enter with 1 to 4, and if you enter with 1, it's supposed to be like difficult. It's supposed to be like a challenge type deal, and the challenge adjusts. Night, Katie, thanks for being here. The challenge adjusts, kind of like, unlike Deep Dungeon where the challenge doesn't adjust, but you can try to solo these dungeons, and it'll be a solo experience. Like, it looks really neat. It looks really cool, or at least what they described it as sounds really cool. I don't know if I am doing it justice, but yeah, that's coming out very soon. So now Sims have a base game wedding, but if you pay $20, you can get a pack that breaks weddings. What do you mean by breaks weddings? And funny enough, you can get married in Final Fantasy XIV, and for $20, you can get the deluxe package. I'm pretty sure I have a highlight of my wedding. I got married in Final Fantasy XIV. Hey, now wait a minute. There's 2 of them. Now I gotta ask. Did you have to change your hair to that? Or is that like, wait, no, because you have the mask on. So yeah, you had to change your hair to that. You had to change your hair. Wave to the camera. Yes. So, in the original game, you can get married, but now they have a wedding pack that allows you to get married. So, did they make it so that people can't get married now unless they have the wedding pack? But people with the original game can still get married? These creatures look really fucking cool, by the way. They really did a good job. Oh, so basically what you're saying is that originally, like in The Sims, you could get married and it was probably just like, okay, these people get married and maybe there's like a quick little do-do-do-do kind of thing. But now they have a wedding package where you actually can go through the wedding. Like the process of the wedding, the party and everything like that. Have a bachelor party. So when I get The Sims, when The Sims performs this comeback, I can have a non-stop bachelor party. So does The Sims have a story mode? I know Minecraft has like a story mode, like you're supposed to like fight the dragon and in the base game there's a wedding arc. You click and they'll exchange vows and you can have a wedding party all in the base game. Oh, but so the wedding pack lets you do all of the extra wedding stuff. Can 2 women get married in The Sims? What about 2 men? Can I marry my car? Since Sims 1, I see. No cars. Lame. And tell me if this is a thing, Sly, or anybody else that's familiar with The Sims, okay? But I grew up playing Sim City, all right? I really liked Sim City. So, you know, you build the whole city and it's fun time. Is there like a Sims game where you build the city and then you zoom in all the way to the people and you're also playing like Sims the People Sims? I feel like that's the natural evolution of the game. Like, why is that not a thing? I'd play the hell out of that. Cities XL has been pretty popular. I think on the PS5, I have the option to get a free version of Roller Coaster Tycoon, which obviously is not Cities XL, but yeah, I don't know. Well, I like that table.
Ah, a wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so
Due to the
please
bugs?
have as much tea as you
Oh
like.
my lord.
Now then, will you tell us your tale?
The goals were bugs. All bugs. All the time. This guy's about to break the first rule of time travel. You don't talk about time travel. Ooh, I like the shift in the music though.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Calamity. So why does Heidelin look like Vinay? Or Vinay look like Heidelin? That's the question I have. You see, that infograph right there leads me to believe, because that center crystal is supposed to be our shard, and then the smaller shards are supposed to be the Sundering. I suppose, yeah, that could make sense. That could see why. I can see why that would be the thing. But Elidibus never spoke like he was Zodiark. You know what I mean? It's not like you ever see, like, Zodiark looking like
Preposterous.
Elidibus.
Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Oh, my bad. Vana, not Vinay. Her name is Veneer.
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did.
You want some veneers in your teeth? Why?
Why would I feel I
Maggie,
had no
you have such a
recourse
beautiful smile,
but to
from what I
oppose
can
the
recall.
14 and create this Heidelin? Circumstances change, of course. But it would not have been an easy decision regardless.
I mean, you spend all your stream just
There
cheesing
must
the
have
whole
been
time.
a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance.
Well, duh.
But what could it be?
I'm telling you, it's the
What are
bird
we
chick.
meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically.
Elpis.
The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
One of these days, what we'll do is we'll go visit the manifestation
I note also that
of
Hydaelyn did
Amarot.
not specify a
So
point
the
in
people
time
who
to
don't
which
play
he
Final
must
Fantasy
return.
XIV know what they're talking about. Amarot's probably one of my
By
favorite
this,
zones of the
it
entire
may be
place.
inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle. And we do not have all the pieces.
Puzzling. Puzzling indeed.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact.
Shit's about to get real.
If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed.
Impossible!
And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the
impossible
same.
that anything is impossible. Talk about that paradox.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity.
Oh, it's foreseen now.
I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse
Right?
still,
Like I said,
even invited
he just
you
broke
there. Literally
all the rules of
invited
time
my
travel.
own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
Because I am a Zoom.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me.
Oof. That put it in perspective.
But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren.
Imagine living for 1,000 lifetimes.
You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Damn, Emmett.
Emmett Selk.
Still love you, boo. I still think we're gonna fight her and punch her right in the face.
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Made you geek? Geek out? Geek out with your freak
and
out?
his creation Meteon, you say?
Meteon!
If Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation.
Damn. We just sold out Hermes. We just like, Hermes did it. But like, what do you think? What do you think the deal is? I think Hermes did it. Like, fuck.
The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
I mean, you already are. In the future. The kettle of infinite tea.
Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
So we're by the way, for those who don't know, we're somehow, some way, this character that we haven't seen yet, known as Azum. The 14th. Oh. Hello. Okay. Begin the questioning. Why does Vinay have white robes, but everybody else has black robes? Authority on flying life forms and has expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Somewhat poor in his choice of words, just like me. Like a mother hen raising the chick. You want to know him real good? love how they just make everything flying. That's why all our mounts probably fly, by the way. For some odd reason. She could be an emissary. That's right. Except Elidibus, I guess he was the emissary of the Convocation because he has a different mask. Her mask is quite basic. It seems like, well... Yeah, because her mask... It seems like robes are important, but the mask is where the station is held. It feels. So... We're gonna split up. Am I not getting a dungeon this level? I'm pretty sure I was almost positive that we were gonna get a dungeon at 87, but this does not look like we're leading to a dungeon. Unless we are going someplace where we're gonna fight Hermes? But that seems unlikely because we're in the past. Timamios. My next kid's gonna be named this. Timaios. 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 Start with a bird. Dude, what birds? What birds? Ain't no bird a word. It's tim.aios. No. People are gonna be like, what's your kid's name? Tim, I don't know, just call him Timmy. Exactly. My next child will be a robot. And he'll run on tim.aios. Oh, I gotta keep my future son away from Maggie. Yeah, .io is a link. I'm afraid to click it. I'm gonna click it. Timberly? Who's Timber? Is that a real thing? Oh man, there's no content available. Timberly. Let's see. Yeah, there's no other real letter. It's not like it's Gimberly or Himberly or Fimberly or Rimberly. Hey. All these mysteries. I wonder, like... So, if her name is Timberly, do you think people will call her Timmy for short? Like, you think they're just like, yo, you know Timberly? Timberly with the Honda? You mean Timberly with the big butt? Oh, yeah, Timberly. It's a family name. Her father's name is Timothy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's been centuries. How long do these people live? I know these guys live a long time, but I didn't realize they were living for centuries. He's like, it's been centuries since anybody's spoken to me about these concepts. Oh, hello, Minotaur guy. I'm gonna stay over here. Oh, I thought that was Bianca. I was like, Bianca, are you running around like a warrior on a fat cat? Right? Isn't that like, imagine everybody, you have the possibility to live forever, all right? And the only time you die is when you choose. You're just like, all right, I've worked enough. I've contributed to the star, in this case, the planet, and I'm good. I'm good. Just gonna go take a dirt nap. I'll be back in the future, maybe. Yeah, this Hermes is keeping the cards close to his chest about the project known as Meteon. A what? I stare at Colonel first, and I know we can about the chief overseer and his familia. Let's just talk about the sisters. Yeah, right? Like I said, I called it. I'm calling it now. I called it in the past. That, the second he mentioned the sisters already flying out in space, searching for whatever they're searching for, I'm like, that's gonna be bad. Travel west. Travel west to Cape Westwind. Yeah, I guess if you can, This way. I guess if you have the power to manipulate, change, and control matter for the energy, think of that. Gotta go the long way around. Hey, how'd you beat me here? So this is, this building's like that tent from Harry Potter. We're gonna go inside the cool building. I wish I was better at voice acting. I would read these things, but man, some of the words these motherfuckers use, I'd be like, I mean, you guys watched me try to pronounce Tim.I.aios. Timaios. Comes up with these names. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. While this is playing, Tim Aios. It's a great name. One of Plato's dialogues, mostly in the form of long monologue given by the title of the character. How do I pronounce it? Tim-a-yos. It's Tim-a-yos. Let me show you how to pronounce it, guys. Right? It's Tim-a-yos, queen. Means highly prized. We're getting raided. Welcome in, Raiders. Liftin' Llamas. Thank you for that raid. I appreciate you. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope everything's going well. Thank you, thank you. You're so welcome. You're so welcome. You are welcome here. Anytime. Right where you are, the story's blowing my mind. I hope that your mind's blown as well. Really? It's almost like we planned it. I have my theories. I don't know if you guys are on the up and up with what's going on. I've actually been pretty lucky. Sorry, I'm also reading in my mind. I refuse to try to read some of these words out loud. I already tried to pronounce Timaios' name, and it did not go well. The psychic bird person alpha waves? Yo, let me tell you. The second Hermes was like, oh yeah, and I sent a bunch out into space. I was like, that's definitely not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. Probably should have talked about that before you decided to do that. Thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate it. You're breathtaking. Welcome in. Hold on. Other games came up, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna play some other games. So I'm kind of playing it off stream now, and it's way better than I thought it was. But yeah, no, it's epic. It's gonna be so epic. I actually took Friday off. I can't remember another time I've ever taken a day off for a video game. But you know what? I was like, you know what? I got the time. Make it a long weekend. Why not? Why not give it a try? So I'll be taking Friday off. Oh yeah, that was supposed to be. I think I was about to announce that on stream, by the way. And then I got distracted by this story because it's blowing my mind. But next Friday, I was debating on doing a Elden Ring stream, kind of like in the middle of the day. The game comes out at midnight, obviously. It's and I have it downloading. I think what I want to do is I think I want to like wake up, play a little solo, and then maybe at like noon, maybe I'll go live for a few hours because I'll be home alone, no kids, no wives, no spouses, nobody, just me and the dog, chilling, doing the thing. My beverage. So thirsty. So thirsty for the nay. So here's my story, and I've actually been pretty happy with the fact that I haven't been spoiled, and I spend a little too much time on Twitter. All right. So I think that but this was before I knew that there was sisters out there flying around the stars looking for life, following the emotion. I thought once the little Mitayan came into play, I'm like, okay, the calamity is theorized to be happening because of this Diamus or Akasha energy as we know it in the future. And the second that they said that she was like made from that stuff, I was like, okay, obviously I'm like thinking maybe Hermes dies or Hermes, like something very emotional is going to occur. She's going to freak out and then use this limitless source of energy that probably will somehow enter the world, either by the sisters or something. All right, I know this is a little scatterbrained, but because I know that our ether almost forms like kind of like how we have our atmosphere, which stops like all of the solar energy from like cooking us. So we're just like this planet in this pocket of ether, stopping all of this dynamis energy from coming at us. And somehow something is going to create a hole, and Metsion's going to be able to use that energy, and it's going to be triggered by some bad thing that happens to Hermes, because, I mean, he's already being asked to join the convocation, and they're like, and he's like, I don't know. Like, he's pretty emotional. He's the most emotional I've seen out of all of the other, Asians, especially at this facility. Like, I don't know. I don't know if Medion's going to be protecting Hermes, or if, I don't know. I think something's going to happen between the two of them, and since Medion can access this emotional energy and turn it into tangible form, I think she's going to be the source of the calamity.
View.
And I don't know how Hermes is involved in that, whether he's hurt or dying and she's trying to save him, or he's trying to save her and she's just responding. Because I think eventually,
what is it like
we're
in the future?
Literally starting the calamity right
place?
now. We're in a paradox. And I think since we brought light to the danger of Medion, they're going to be like, okay, we got to kill Medion now. And it's not going to be good. Something's about to happen, because we're pretty much just collecting all this information as to...
rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
Well,
Not the portentous events which led you here.
I still think that we're
but the
gonna fight
simple
Hydaelyn.
delights all your own. By learning about the future world,
I don't know when we're gonna fight
into
Hydaelyn,
future
but
me's plans.
I think it's inevitable.
But more than that, I have an interest
But
simply
I
as
guess
a
if I
fellow
was to guess
traveller.
what the next trial would
Short
be,
of
I
going
mean, I could see
somewhere
us fighting
oneself,
Hermes.
There's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Like, obviously, we're gonna be like, we gotta kill the bird chick. And Hermes gonna be like, you ain't touching my bird chick. And be like, listen, we're gonna be frying that bird chick. And he's gonna be like, alright, well, I guess I'm gonna transform and become a monster. He's already expressed that he's quite apt and capable of transformation, so... But I think us killing him is what's going to trigger Birdie
Incredible.
to go
Would
cray
that I
cray.
could have been there to see it.
But it's weird because they make it a big point that nobody knows what started the
Yours is a
calamity.
harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done.
It's impossible that nothing's impossible. Which is impossible.
A passion swelled within me. An epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without. Immense, yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating.
I'm really wondering how everybody
keenly
finding
aware
out
I
about
became of
the time
creation's
travel stuff
fragility,
is gonna happen.
built as it is upon precarious happenstance.
Are they doing Marvel-based time travel, or...
I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately.
Or Back to the
To hear
Future
its
time
voice,
travel?
feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day. So very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new. And so
I know
so
before we
beautiful.
got sent to the past, he said that
Lands that
we
stretched
can't
on
change
forever.
it, but
Skies one
it
could
seemed more like a
drown in.
warning, like, don't try
The
to change
heartbeat
anything.
of nature, silent yet strong.
But we're literally
And amidst it
interacting
all a
with them.
people, beacons of light and life, laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help,
How about that
I
live
cannot
letter,
return
though?
to the star.
I never realized how much
Perhaps
the
my
game needed a
future self
graphical
is still
update
waiting for it.
until they said, we're getting a graphical update.
A moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way.
Dude, they gave out so much information. And then I think we're getting another one in 2 weeks.
You,
like a
who are our
specific to
future.
6.0.
Tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Of course, we're the hero. We're gonna be like, oh yeah, totally. Totally. Most of my friends are dead. And I've seen a lot of people die in wars, but totally worth it.
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations.
No, I haven't cried, but I was very
take
upset
flight, yes?
when can't remember his name.
That!
Masa?
Yes, I did.
Matsya?
'Twas in the dark of
Matsya?
the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after
The
nocturnal
baby.
observation.
When the baby was starting to transform, I was getting
along,
very
I
upset.
spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than
And then
falling.
Lagaris in the train.
But then another shot
That was
up.
pretty
Then
intense.
another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Yeah, the anxious elephant. When he was running with that baby, I was like,
yes.
oh,
The sight
hell
left
no.
such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Indeed.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
Door linkage. Yeah, that was, yeah, no, I'm not saying that I am incapable of crying, but I can't remember the last time a video game ever, like, hit me like that. This is a very emotional story. It's very epic. But I'm just not that guy. I'm just not that guy. And I'm not even saying that I'm, like, macho about it. I've seen other men, women, whatevers, you know, the people are identifying as these days. I've seen plenty of people have very strong emotional responses to this story. And I understand. I get it. I see some of this, like, man, when you're down in the trenches of Garlemald and that guy is just like, well, I guess we lost. And the only option he sees is taking his own life, and you see that splatter of blood on the flag. I was just like, whoa, what? we could have just, we're not here to do that. Why would you do that? Like, I was a little like, what the fuck? But, man. But nothing so far has ever made me just been like, cry. But I've seen some people cry at that scene. It's intense. There's a lot of, you know, for a video game, it's surprising the range of emotions and range of topics that Final Fantasy XIV brings up. And the fact that, like let's take WoW, for example. I've played WoW before, but WoW's story, like, isn't as engaging as Final Fantasy XIV. I would say, obviously, because Final Fantasy XIV is a story-driven MMO, but, like, I don't recall in, like, WoW them touching on anything close to something like that. It just, I don't know. That's like the story level, the level of writing for this game, even though it's an MMO, is like top tier from start to finish. Now, Pyroclasm, I gotta ask you. When it comes to Final Fantasy XIV, in your opinion, and that's okay. I hate when there's like people out there that are like, oh, it's just a video game, man. Like, be respectful, mofos. Be respectful. Not just a video game, Final Fantasy is life. But in your opinion, what was like your favorite like story so far that wasn't the MSQ? Like, I know a lot of people are like, they get a huge hard-on for the Dark Knight story, which I agree. Dark Knight story, very good. But I would say one of my favorite stories in the entirety of Final Fantasy XIV. Hey, it's Argo. Argo? Is the Machinist storyline. I love the Machinist storyline. It's so good. Such a great underdog tale. That and The Alchemist. From 1 to specifically Heaven's Ward and Stormblood. I love the Alchemist storyline. Is the face off in a sparring match? We're gonna fight? Oh, I'm gonna punch her in the face. You loved Sage and Alexander. I haven't touched Sage. I've unlocked Sage. And I don't know why. I think it's because... Oh yeah? Have you done any ultimate fights in Final Fantasy? I liked the Alex storyline too. You did ooh woo. Ooh woo. There was a point in time when I was interested in doing ultimate rating. I'm on the Crystal data center though, which usually once you mention Crystal, that's when people are like, oh, gotcha. But that's not why. I wasn't always on Crystal. Back in my day, Diablos was on... Was Diablos always on Crystal? No, because Crystal was new. What was Diablos on before? Primal, I think? Anyway. I'm gonna play this game for too long. But, back in Heaven's Ward, I was I was big into raiding. And I just remember burning myself out just so badly. I like, not only did I burn out on raiding in Heaven's Word for the original Alexander raids, to which I said, I love the story. And you get through the normals, and you're like, all right, let's do the Savage, let's get the crew together. And like, I just remember getting so burned out. I actually like, I don't want to say quit. I didn't quit per se, but I stopped playing. I stopped playing, and I didn't come back until midway into Stormblood. Like, I just, like, for me, my schedule now, like, when I came back to Final Fantasy, I decided I was like, all right, I'm not going to worry about Savages and Extremes and... All right, here we go. Here we go. Let me do this fight real quick.
Let neither side hold back.
Yeah, I'm making run.
My blade sings!
Oop, my other skill didn't proc. Oh, I thought she was going to turn around and change directions.
My blade sings!
She's a tough old broad.
Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Yeah, God, Kefka was pretty tough. Kefka normal is a super fun fight, though. I used to always get super excited when Kefka normal would pop up. Yeah, I need to get into God mode.
No quarter.
Oh, yep, I thought so.
Have a taste.
Ooh, crafty hobbits. Ooh. Woohoo. Wait, she's a dancer now? I just realized she's doing dances. All right. Sure, she has a complete circle.
Neither will I.
She has a complete circle, so there are no no positionals needed.
Yourself.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Whoop. She's pulling out she's pulling out all the stops. All right. Let's now that
We've
you're
only
standing
just
still.
begun. Come at me with your all.
Oh, I'm gonna. Oh!
My blade sings!
Oh my god. I felt like I was doing so well. I didn't realize I was like... Ah. I thought Ah! Damn it! Normal. Though I do appreciate that they included that in there, because there are people out there who probably... Alright. Okay. Okay. We got this time.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings!
Ain't gonna catch me, girl. Alright, alright, alright. Damn, it's already down? Shit.
My blade sings!
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Yes, you will. Oh, is this when she goes dancer mode? Okay.
No quarter.
I loved the dancer storyline. There's a part in the dancer storyline where they're like, oh, it's the big battle. It's time to have the dance off. And they're just like, you know, I am the warrior of light. I could just like kill them.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I. Prepare yourself.
Circling. Circling. Oh, whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. I think actually Enshroud is not positionals. You need positionals for Giblet and Gallows, but I believe once you go into Enshroud, it's not. I have to look at the tooltip. But in this fight in particular, no positionals needed.
Let us move to the final trial.
What? Are these called Thelma? Oh, that's a bad one. That's a bad one. Woo. Ah, crap. I think the red ones are the worst ones. Oh, I should have gone for the red ones first. That was the problem. The red ones are fast. The white ones are slow. There we go. It's all coming together. I love how this bitch is like, let's fight fair and square, but I get an ad phase. Any more? Got any more ads? I think I did all right. Oh! I just read the rest of your comment. Yeah, the fact that when you enshroud, it replaces your positionals with non-positionals is really weird. But nothing is as dumb as Solso. Oh my god. She's Gilgamesh from Fate Zero. Fate Stay Night. Fate Stay Night Zero? Fate Night Stay?
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Oh, here I am powering up like, oh, we ready. Unlimited blade works. Every treasure belongs to me. Damn it, she only got 14 points to that
my intent to
limit
finish
break or whatever.
it, but clearly I underestimated you.
But she's still, that was like a 60%, maybe 70%
One would think
hit.
I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest.
Ooh.
It seems
Yeah,
we've both learned much
I kind
on
of
our
went with like
journeys.
a Dark Knight from Final Fantasy XI look. Because I love Final Fantasy XI. I love 14. 14's great and all, but 11's probably my favorite Final Fantasy MMO. Of course, there's only 2 to choose from.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Oh my god, I never have I ever related to a comment harder than that one right there. That straight is.
Emotional damage!
The amount of time it takes to do anything in Final Fantasy XI is one of the reasons why I love Final Fantasy XI, but also the biggest reason why I can't play Final Fantasy XI. Alright? It's like, the game is, Maggie, you don't understand, Maggie. The game, 11 has so much nuance to it, okay? Everything means something in 11. Like the day, the time of day, you know, like what skill you use and then the skill somebody else uses has actual repercussions and benefits. Like, we gotta do a limit break. Well, we gotta do skill chains. We gotta do magic bursts. We gotta bring the right class combinations, and there's subclasses, and the subclasses give you X ability, and, you know, subclasses are great for certain levels, and other subclasses are great for other levels, and you can be every class in the game. And it's just like, it's so amazing. It's just so good, Maggie. And I miss it. I miss it. I have the Nozomi private server on my computer. I fire it up a little bit, start up as a red mage. The thing though, Maggie, is that like it takes forever to do anything. Like, oh, you want a level? Oh, will you be sent to the Shadow Realm?
It's time to do.
No, you won't be sent to the Shadow Realm. As long as it's not these kind of links. If it's those kind of links, you can DM those to me. Go ahead, post the link. Sausage links. Let's see. I have a button for this. Let's see. Hold up. Where's my button? Where's my button? This is what we're looking at right here. That's pretty sweet. Ooh, I like that. I like that scythe. I like that scythe a lot. Of course, you're a little potato. Oh, that's a nice photo. So you got the white glam angel look, and then you go into the demon mode. Yeah, that's really cool. Well, I mean, he is a Lalafell, so they are kind of like little figurines, but, you know.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment.
There's like no equipment.
The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
Oh, they put scythes in
So you
Shadowbringer?
cannot control the power freely.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Worry not. I shall assist you.
I love the
Come
Palace of the
and
Dead
stand
scythe.
before
If I wasn't a semi-serious deep
There are
dungeon
2 ways
climber,
to see the
I would totally
The first
turn in
entails
all of
peering through the
my
walls of the
levels
soul
to get
in the moment a subject
everything I
is
need to get the
recalling a
scythe out of
memory.
it.
The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In
That
this
sounds
way
important.
can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit.
Oh, I can't
But
wait for the
come.
grass upgrade.
Let us try. Close your eyes.
And when you close your eyes, emotional damage.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles.
108 cycles.
End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
What?
Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
So them birds got a shared consciousness between all of
Yes.
the...
Good tidings at long last.
How many did they say there were? 7?
Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
They didn't say how many. I don't know why 7 popped in my mind. Look at this little
I
harpy.
wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us.
Yeah, like
Diverse
Omega,
in form and
dragons,
possessed of unique ways of thinking.
other people.
Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No.
I'll check this
I
out
will think earnestly on
after
them all.
the thingy, the thing in the
And I will
pod.
share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon,
Oh, does that not work?
though I gave you
Little order
wings to
dot?
soar the
I
heavens,
gotta check your program.
I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey,
That's
you will
funny.
learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
Gotta get them candy apples.
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps
The souls of our enemies.
a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
Do you think the forum, that line kills you every time? I'll gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion? I'm inclined to agree. As we had suspected, the two are somehow involved. Yet 'tis difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life.
Well, I look forward to discovering why.
In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
Oh, that's an axe? I had to zoom in. I was like, what's that dude? How is that dude so shiny standing behind them?
Then it is settled.
Or no.
Let us seek out our
That's,
friend with all swiftness.
That's the ultimate sight,
It would
right?
not do to let
No,
such a
it's
pure
an axe.
soul be blackened by tragedy.
This makes me wonder if the forum, like Charlene, is built on the ruins of this place. Because obviously this, once the calamity starts, this place is going to fall down, go all the way down. It seems like this is the only place where Elpis grow. There's Elpis growing there. This is what I'm looking at, y'all. Look at that thing. So it looks like you're kind of compensating for something there with that axe. Were you just not warrior enough? Was it not warrior enough for you? Rari Senpai was here earlier. He's a friend of mine. He streams on YouTube, actually. Big Final Fantasy XIV guy. And League of Legends. And he is a Lalafell, and he tried to convince Twitter that I was going to become a Lalafell. But I have already stated that my plan is to, after the MSQ, I'm going to become a male Vieira. I'm going to be a bun boy. Only because I think they kind of look neat. I think I'm probably going to end up getting a Fantasia shortly after and be going back to Ura. But part of me, the reason why is I've been thinking about changing my Ura horns anyways, and the only way to do that is to use a Fantasia. And I think bun boys are kind of cool too. So I'm like, you know what? I'll become a bun boy. And if I don't like bun boy, I'll just go back to Ura and I'll be able to contribute, you know, some change to my horns, maybe. Nate. So what's your Pyroclasm? What's your main? What's your main go-to job? I decided, for the purpose of Endwalker and the MSQ, that I was gonna run Reaper. I think Reaper's really cool. I loved Dark Knight in Final Fantasy XI. Healer, cool. I touched a little bit of healing in 11, and I have all my jobs to 80. At this time. I like White Mage for my healer, probably because, I don't know, for me, it's just the easiest to comprehend. I just, like, pick it up and I'm like, okay, I know what Cure does. Cure does cure things. Cool. You know what I mean? Like, some of these other spells, some of these other classes, they're just like, I don't know, like some of the names of their spells, I'm just like, what the hell does this spell do? And you go into the tooltip and you're like, oh, this is a shield spell. Okay. It could have just called it that. Could just been like, shield guy. Shield everyone. I don't know. So I like White Mage. I haven't played Astrologian yet since the changes, but I liked Astrologian. My main healer used to be Scholar way back in like pre-Stormblood, and even into Stormblood. But I don't know, something changed, and I just do not like Scholar at all anymore. Like, it's probably after they changed their fairies around. I was just like, oh, gross. Oh, so, Kath, are you liking Astro now more than White Mage? Because I know you were, like, the quintessential White Mage. But my go-to job class is actually tank. I love tanking. When I played Final Fantasy XI, I was a ninja tank. Like, that's how much I love tanking. I would tank as a DPS class, ninja. I was a Dark Knight main for a long time. pretty much, I was a Ninja main, then I was a Dark Knight main, and then I mained Dark Knight pretty much through Heaven's Ward and Stormblood. And, but now I'm a Gunbreaker. I play a lot of Gunbreaker. Astro Scholar and your co-healer is a Sage? Cool. I haven't tried Sage yet. I mean, I did like a Beast Tribe. A set of Beast Tribes as Sage, just to give it a feel. And I just have no idea what I'm doing. I have to literally just like read the tooltips and like figure it out. Healing's pretty complex. And I think from what I saw, from my limited brain capacity, Sage seemed pretty complex. Like their power, their gimmick, their bars. I could not piece it together. I was like, so do I gotta use this spell first before I use any other spells so I can get the upgraded version of the spell? Why don't I just have the upgraded version of the spell? I see. And that's probably why I don't synergize well with Scholar. Because, or I should say, that's why I don't synergize well with Sage, because I'm just not super into Scholar. And if they're pretty much the same, then that's probably why I'm like, ugh. Because the little bit I played, I was like, I just can't get behind this. White Mage is still your fave, and it's not the meta. The rework they needed. Well, I was surprised. Well, I guess baby steps. Though the rework they did on Summoner was quite a big step. The biggest baby step you could take. I know that they have a lot of issues changing Summoner because of the whole Arcanist thing, and I know that since they're connected, they do have some issues modifying one or the other. But if they do any kind of modification to Scholar like they did Summoner, like a Machinist level rework, that'd be nice. That'd be cool. I didn't mean to click it. Yeah, no, for sure. Because now they have like no dots, right? They're like dotless. But if you ever played 11, Summoner was probably one of my favorite jobs in Final Fantasy 11. Because I just loved battling the summon solo and like getting my time at the end and having it be like, you have the top time on your server for the Ifrit fight. Smash your Legos for DPS and run around 0 cast times. I mean, I guess as long as it's not like Black Mage level mayhem. How the heck do you get up there? Oh, I guess you just fly up there. But yeah, I guess you need flying to get that one. But I definitely like the theme. I like the theme change. It just fits more with a summoner of old. How do I feel about it these days? I honestly, it's been so long since I've touched WoW that Hey, now, wait a minute. Those are bosses. For me, I'm just so indifferent about WoW. My initial experience playing WoW, was such a sour experience to begin with that I was surprised when I went back to try it again. But I would say a total time I've probably had WoW on my computer installed for a total of 6 months in its entirety of being in existence. And the reason why I had a bad experience with WoW is I had friends playing WoW, and they asked me to join, and they're like, "Okay, you want to play WoW? We play WoW. Please play WoW." And I'm like, "Okay, cool, I'll play WoW." And they were fine. They were fine. We were running kind of, but they were so much more they were way more level than I was. And so there wasn't much they could do with me other than help me along. And they stopped playing, and I was still playing because I was invested. I just started. I was invested. I at least wanted to get to max level. So I remember getting to max level, and I'm like, all right, I want to do stuff at the Hungering God. All right, do I have to, teleport? Oh, no, I gotta go this way. But I just remember, I was in a guild that they were a part of, and I remember asking people, hey, guys, I'm now at this level. Is there anything in the guild, in our guild, that I can help with, or can I do? They're like, oh, no, we're doing some raiding, and oh, my God. These guys are who? Oh, what? What? Why are you? Basically, I was in this guild that was just oh, you have to have this item. First they're like, oh, you gotta get to this level before you can do stuff with us. So I was like, alright, fine, I'll get to that level and do the stuff with you. So I power leveled my way through. I just, leveled so hard. Ooh, I like your ninja look. Nice. Alright, so I gotta find Hermes. I am walking into the wrong neighborhood. There you go. Go back the way you came. Everything that I've heard about WoW in the current setting. Oh, basically the guild that I was in was get to this level. So I'd get to that level and they're like, ooh, well, now you need to get to this level. And I'm like, okay. And I could just never catch up. In WoW, I literally just felt like I could never catch up to anybody that I wanted to play with. And the people that I just was annoyed. I just got annoyed. And then all I've heard about for WoW these days is that it's just not good. Which sucks, because I have friends who still play WoW on a semi-regular basis, and I would prefer them to play a game that is good. And if they don't want to play Final Fantasy XIV, I would rather them play a game that, I would rather WoW just get good so they could play a good game, since they don't want to play this game. I'm starting to think Hermes isn't in here. Welcome in, Cutman. Welcome in. How the heck are you? Finally getting in some action. The only and I think I've probably said this the last 9 days that we've discussed Final Fantasy XIV. The only thing too many brick walls in WoW. Yeah, it just felt like they didn't want you to. It's crazy. I do remember when I went back in. I think I went back in. I was playing during Cataclysm when I first started. And then I believe I got... Is this the one I'm supposed to fight? I think I got back in when Wrath of the Lich King came in. Did I get that? done correctly? Was that in the correct order? Because, you know, the Death Knight was just kind of cool. Alright, where the heck is this guy? You got Savage ready this tier by just spending 10 mil? Whew. 10 mil. I'd have to check my I'd have to check my retainers to see how much I have, but I think I have 15 mil, not including the FC money that I threw in. Do you do any of the crafting? Oh my god. Where are you? Cassius, what level is your ninja at? Did you finish leveling it to 90? Is this just a thing where I just fight a bunch of guys? Because I feel like I've been everywhere and I do not see this dude. Is he a dude? I know he transforms. Is he one of these guys? Look behind every rock. I'm gonna have to. I thought I did. Oh yeah. It's funny. Crafting in this game, it's the only RPG that I ever really got into, like, deep crafting. Alright, we're gonna mount up. We're gonna be quick boys. We're gonna be quick boys. Okay. Okay, nothing there. Nothing there. Nope, we're not gonna fight. I'm gonna keep walking. I'm gonna keep going. I will kite you. Okay, nothing there. Nothing in between there. Oh, really? Wow. 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 Really? This is literally like the only rock I didn't look behind. I'm fucking stupid. But I love the crafting in this game because it's just better than any other game that has crafting in it, in my opinion. But it is like a pyramid scheme. It's a Ponzi scheme. People are like, oh, get into crafting so you can craft all your own gear. But then when you get into the nitty-gritty of crafting, it's like super expensive to do crafting. Now, mind you, it might not be as expensive. You know what I mean? Like, to get all the to get all the gear, or all the materials, I should say. You know, like, say to just buy off the market board, it's like $1 million. you're like, okay, well, if I just go get the materials myself, you know, whether you're buying the materials or you're going out to, like, farm them, like, I've seen people, like, be like, all right, I'm gonna craft this and save money. And the next thing you know, they're just like, okay, I bought all the materials and I saved myself 100K. And it's like, wow, 100K? How long did it take you to go buy all that stuff? Fortitude, you should be more impressed with my stupidity. I can't believe it took me that long to find that guy behind a rock. Literally, the only rock I didn't look behind. I heard a noise. Hold on a second. I'm gonna go check on the boy. See if he's awake. Command. And here it is. Activate hype mode. Oh my god.
Super Saiyan Chaos.
Exactly. I wanted to do Ultra Instinct sounds. Trademark Chaos merch right here. We thought the world could use a little chaos. So we got this onesie right here. This one's priceless. This is the prototype. So yeah, we're excited. I had to get my super secret 4th monitor. He's fine, by the way. Okay. Yeah, and then you got the materials that you can't get until unless you get a super rare drop in a treasure room.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye, a matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
Who you are.
The final days.
A special screeny that took you 20 minutes to get right? Oh, a screeny as in like a screenshot.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes.
What is this?
I must stress
It looks so badass.
that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter. On the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
That's fucking cool.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the 2 calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether.
Wow, these are big lore bites.
Thus are they
Like
susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Give it to us straight.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
Say what?
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
Through dynamis.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested.
Yeah.
If the inciting factor came from without a Theris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Wait, what?
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
Bro, I told you. Don't trust the weird bird chick.
I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness.
Surprise,
Connection
motherfucker.
established. Commencing status report.
This is a surprise motherfucking moment.
It hurts, it hurts. It hurts.
I'm gonna fucking set up real quick on this.
So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much. Why? Why do we?
What? What?
This is wrong. All wrong.
Oh.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either.
She's
Not even
gone
a trace.
fucking predator mode?
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please,
So one of her sisters out there, I guess, just stumbled upon
Are you all right?
bad mama jamma when it comes to some kind of life form.
In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her when we could not.
This is some deep.
Then you are our
deep
best chance
lore.
of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
In the Crystal Tower raids, there's Morse code. If you decode it, it says it's all wrong. And that's what she just said, it's all wrong. Now, I wonder if they added that after the fact to kind of give it some continuity. I wonder if when the Crystal Tower raid first came out, if it had that. Because from what I understand, they have, like, pretty much the story kind of planned out all the way till like 8.0, 9.0, I think. Like, I think that's what they said, that they had this already out. Like, okay. Yeah, they probably squeezed it in after the fact. A hint. Posted about 3 years ago. Yeah, that checks. That checks. About 3 years ago, the end of Stormblood, Shadowbringers was coming out. Right? 3 years ago? Was that mid Stormblood? I gotta go. Wait. Nope. Listening, listening, and going down the slope. True. Ooh, a tank. This is like one of those weird times where, like, kids do a Ouija board in their mom's basement at a party, and they open a door to, like, the nether realms, and they're forever cursed to be possessed by demons and haunted and stuff. And I feel like that's what Hermes did. He sent out these sisters, as we'll call them, and while the sisters were out, they've discovered something that is not good. And basically, they are now acting as a conduit that is allowing this maleficent force to either A, find our planet, or B, just like download into Meteion. Greetings and salutations. Because the dragons left their star to come here for a safe home. Whatever is going on probably happened to their planet too. I just came from the top of the ridge. Now I gotta go back to the top of the ridge? Lame. Lame. Was fleeing a war brought by Omega's people. But they're not from the same planet, so was Omega just attacking? I feel like somehow they're gonna make it like this new force of that runs on Dynamis would be like the root of all woes in the universe. You a biggin'. Emmett, use your crazy magics. The War of Light uses Dynamis a lot, actually. Ooh, that's right, because they did say that since we've been sundered, our ether levels are low, so we are actually capable of using Dynamis. And they did say that, they did allude to that already. Or that sparkle. But can I turn it into physical form? It was pretty crazy how they mentioned that, like, I think we were kind of making Dynamis like akin to like dark matter in the real world. You know, like most of the world and the universe is made out of this stuff, but we can't see it. Towards the lake. The usual harmony. I love how candid they are about it. They're like, oh, something must have happened to just disrupt the hive mind that they're in. Totally normal. Nothing could go wrong. It boggles my mind that this is somehow not going to change the past or the future. Okay. So we're gonna spring a trap. We're gonna spring a trap on this mission. Let's see. We're gonna drop ether on her like a bad habit. Not if Hermes jumps on it. Jump on that grenade. Well, it's definitely not going to be this one, but we'll give it a try. Oh, going the wrong way. Mission complete. Yes, actually, my schedule, I don't stream as much as I probably should. But my schedule typically is I do 2 days a week. I do Thursdays, and I do Sunday. What's today? Saturday? Thursday and Saturday. 7 to typically 10. I usually stream till 10 o'clock. But lately, my son has been sleeping more soundly later. So, not that he's sleeping throughout the night, but especially on Saturday, if I can, if my son's willing to sleep comfortably, Saturdays I'll push it. I'll push it to 11, maybe 12, you know, because I don't have to work. I work 9 to 5. Well, 9 to 5. That would be nice. I work a desk job during the day. But yeah, I typically always start 7 o'clock, and I'll always go till at least 10 o'clock. And then longer if I can. With style. Just boom. I got a feeling that one of the sisters is definitely non-existent. Ooh, look at that fancy outfit. Sexy. Alright, where am I going? The little chaos stirs. Oh wait. Oh wait, I can't mount. I can't mount. I can't mount because if you go too fast, they get left behind. Don't want to do that. I learned that the hard way. Oh, I got a soul sow. God, that's the dumbest skill. Literally, the dumbest skill in this game is soul sow. It's literally the am I gonna get up those rocks, or do I need to go around that? It's literally the butter bot of Final Fantasy XIV. It's like, Soul, what do you do? I let you use Harvest Moon. That's it? That's all you do? Oh, fuck. Go! I always forget to use it too. I'm always just like, oh, I should probably use it. And then by the time I realize, I'm like, oh shit, I didn't soul sow. The combat started and I'm like, shit, now I'm stuck at a 5-second cast time. Like, I wish they would just like have it do at least one other thing. Like, I don't know, make it a ranged attack, or like it's a pre-combat skill. Like, let me use it to get into combat. Like, that would be a good thing to do with it. Oh my god, I forgot. No! I was literally just talking about this. I was like, oh, wait, I can't use my mount, because then Emmett Suck won't be able to keep up. And then I jump on my mount, and he can't keep up. I gotta go all the way over here. Oh, no. I'm so dumb. Why am I so dumb? Like, they could. He's a god and he can't keep up. Exactly. Exactly. He's a god who, by the way, specializes, like, he's, like, supposed to be really good at, like, flying and wind type things. Guess we'll just tough it on. Like, he should at least be able to get into my car. I should at least be able to put out my car and, like, get her done. But Maggie, it's funny how like intense some of like quest is complete. And it's like, all I did was deliver this box to this guy over here. Like, it's not that serious. They're like, quest complete! It's like, I just said hello to the woman across the street. I saved a cat. Quest complete! It's like, calm down. Calm down. So yeah, Sly, not only is he a god... I know, right? We're hunting wabbits right now. Oh my... It just came from that way. Well, that's the MX look, you know.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
I would chase her, but we'd probably catch her too if you let me use my mount. He's had a mount this whole time. When I use a mount, he should just activate his mount. That's the same look he had before he shot the Crystal Exarch. Well, Rahat Tia, as we know. But
Please, Mission. We must speak.
why do I feel like this chick's about to beat our ass? You're like, oh yeah, Emmett's gonna beat her ass, and suddenly she's about to transform into fucking, I don't know.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected.
Okay.
Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence.
A lot of dead planets.
Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all... dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter.
Exactly.
Inea.
Exactly.
Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
That must be us.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives Meaning?
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then?
Oh, Lord.
What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage.
In a fit of rage?
Upon revealing this to me,
Meat Man, get back.
Entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes.
You done fucked up. Hermes done fucked up.
Meteion.
The self-terminating one. Right? I was like, I was just
right.
Pyroclasm. I was literally just thinking. I was like, "Hey,
it isn't right to
what's
turn away
what's
from
your
the
point
answer.
in living?" And they killed themselves.
Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard.
So Decapente, is that 15?
Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
Man, I can't wait for us to get high-res teeth. Is this the trial?
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteion, not until she has finished her report. All else must
Well, I
wait.
play on PS5 actually, so we don't get those fancy doohickeys on the PS5.
You fool!
Honestly, I don't mind the look of the game. But it's, for me, it's funny because I never thought about the graphics of this game until the live letter, and they were like, "Ooh, I like this guy's like little Dark Souls." Well, I guess he's just wearing the Dark. But I don't know. I like how they went Dark Souls, but I never thought about the graphics, like how it looked and how it could be considered low res versus high res. But like I never thought about it until they were like, "We're doing a graphics upgrade because we need it." Yeah, I've seen some people who play on PC, and like they got all the crazy looking stuff. Like the game looks way different. I've seen people play this game, and I'm like, what are they playing? And then I'm like, oh, this is Final Fantasy 14. Alright, and I can use my mount. Because I don't have stupid old Emmett Selk following me. Wait a minute. See, this can't be a dungeon, right? Because dungeons have trusts. All MSQ dungeons have access to trusts. Who's my trust going to be? The Asians? Is Emmett Salt going to be in my crew? Wait, Vinay does become a paladin. I guess she could be the tank. And if that's the case, I can't imagine anybody going through this dungeon with a crew of actual players, because it would be so cool to have Emmett Salk be like your black mage. I'm gonna say, so if you were a tank, she would probably be the white mage. If you were the healer, oh yeah, I saw that. It's gonna be dope. Any 4-man content. They specifically said that they were working on 8-man, but they're not quite there yet. So hold up. Did Vinay just say she was Azim for some time? For a while? Of course, I'm now Azim. Well, my Asian me is Azim. My unsundered self. And it did say... But she's not Azim anymore. So she stepped down and decided not to... die. Which I guess is why they specifically... Yeah, so she gave it the seat, but I guess that's why Emmett said, like, oh, it's tradition to, like, kill yourself after, but, yeah, no, I get it, it's the title. But he specifically said that, when you go... Oh, I'm so smart. Look at that. Look at that. The question is, it's 11:30. I could do this dungeon tonight, finish the dungeon, and then call it a night. Or, yeah, I want to use the trust. I want to use the trust for sure. Let me see. I might use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'm gonna think about this. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'm gonna think about this for a minute. And, think about what... if I want to do the dungeon tonight, or save it for the next stream. Which will be Thursday, by the way. 10 to 15 minutes after. Ooh, you know what? I might want to wait then. Hold on. I'll be right back. Away screen. Away screen. So here's what I think. I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to hold off. I think I'm going to hold off until the next stream, which will be Thursday. Well, ooh. Hold on one second. Let me check my map real quick. So, I'm not attuned. I thought I attuned to their shit. So I am attuned to this one. Right? The cliffhanger. For me, I was thinking to myself, I was like, how hard will it be for me to get back to this island? Which is sad, right? I'm like, wait, how far will the walk be? Because if I have to get back on and do this, do that. Okay, so, switch to big face. Whew. Ooh. Man, long stream. I like it, I like it. Well then, I think I'm gonna call it a night. Yeah, we'll call it a cliffhanger. We'll call it a cliffhanger. Listen, thank you all for being here. Thank you very much for that raid. Lift in llamas. How heavy is that in a llama? How much llama power does a horse have? These are the questions we have to consider while playing video games. Because if we don't, we'll never have answers to anything. I appreciate y'all being here. Seriously, this has been a great stream. I appreciate the raids, the follows, the views, the hellos, the goodbyes, the lurks, the mercs, and the pop, pop, pop. But for the live crew, thank you very much. Thank you all for viewing. For the people coming in after the fact on YouTube, like I said, I'll cut this up, trim out some of the fat, and throw it on YouTube episode 9, I believe this is, part 9. Thursday will be part 10, and then Friday Elden Ring comes out, and then after Elden Ring, Saturday is my next stream, which will probably be Elden Ring. Or it'll be Final Fantasy. Maybe I'll enjoy Elden Ring for myself at first before jumping into streaming it. That way I can get good before people watch me be bad. Who knows? Who knows? But I appreciate all you being here. Whether it's live, after the fact, 10,000 years from now, someone watching this goes, wow, this guy's pretty cool. I wish I was there live. You could be. Thursdays or Saturdays, 7 p.m., 10 p.m., or later. You never know. Depends how long my mom lets me stay up. Just kidding. But thank you all. Thank you all. Let's see. We got a crew assembled. Let's see who is doing it and doing it well. I think I know who I want to raid.